Alright guys, so here we are in Lightroom. You'll notice I have the library tab selected here, and the first thing I want to do is go to import. Let's jump right into this thing. On my desktop I have my HDR editing practice pack, which you downloaded onto your own desktop or wherever, so just find it wherever it is, and then I'm just going to hit import. So this video is going to be unedited. This is going to be in real time. I'm just going to take you through editing this. I'm going to do hand blending on this because that is what I would recommend as far as a method to get the best results for HDR editing. So that's what we're going to do here with this. So now we have these imported here. So, with this first one selected, if I go all the way to the bottom, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to shift click on the last image here. So that will select all of them. And now I'm going to go to Command N, or you can hit Control N if you're on a PC, or you can find it up here, I'm sure. I don't know where it is. New collection here. Command N. So I'm going to make a new collection, and you can just call it whatever you want. HDR editing practice. And I'll just hit create. So now I have a collection you'll see down here, and with all my images in it. So it's not just like in your library with every single image on your computer or whatever you have imported into Lightroom. So now we have all these images in the same place. So now I want to go to the develop module here. So I'm going to click on develop. And we have all our photos down here. So now I'm going to select, I have my first photo selected, and I want to select the fifth photo. So every 5 photos is a set of brackets. Here I'll show you. So they're all the same image, just different exposures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's each set of 5 is one image. So I want to select the first 5, and I'm going to control click, or you can right click on these, and then I'll bring up this menu, and you can go to edit in, open as layers in Photoshop, and that will open Photoshop. And load these up here as layers. All right, so we got our layers loaded. Now if I go to my actions panel here, if you don't see that, you can go to Window, Actions. I have actions that I use for editing these. These are also available on my website for download. So if you go to insiderealestatephotography.com and to the store, you'll see that you can get these actions. I'm going to be using these because it makes things quicker and easier. You can do this without the actions, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to use them because I just want to show you what a sort of real edit for me is like. So, I'm going to use these to edit with. So, first thing I'm going to do here, select all my layers, and I'm going to go to this first action, auto align layers, and that will just make sure that all of these are perfectly lined up in case one of the brackets is maybe slightly off or anything like that. It's just a precaution. All right, and now what I like to do, I take the third bracket here in line, and I'm going to drag this up to the top, and I'm going to go to this initial blend action, and I'm going to hit play on that. So that'll just give a basic blend of those first 2 exposures, which are kind of the main 2 exposures that I use. Sometimes those are only 2 exposures that you need. So now in the these color panel, I just want to click on this again to set it back to black and white. And with my white as my foreground color, you can toggle that here, but I want white, and I want my brush tool here. You can hit B for that. I'm just going to increase the size here. So see I got a bigger brush here. And I want the flow down to like 5% or so, 4 or 5%. And you want to make sure your hardness is like all the way down, very soft brush. And I'm just going to go over this where I think it needs to be brightened up. So you need white as your foreground color, that's an important part. So down here around the floor, just to brighten up some of the areas that I think need to be brightened up a little bit. Up here maybe. Doesn't need much. That's really pretty much it. So now I'm going to go to this merge layers action, because I'm just going to merge this down into this layer below it. just helps keep things more organized and neat for me. I don't know, I like to do that. So now we have this one layer here. So we have these other layers to work with. This super bright layer, I would use that if there was really dark areas that need to be brightened up. For this image, we're not even going to need that bracket. So the only other thing I need to do here that I like to do is mask in the windows. If you like the window the way it is, don't even do this step. I mean, this is the most tedious step too, when HDR editing is like this manually like masking in the windows. It takes a decent amount of time. You're gonna see as we go through this. You know, so use your discretion. You know, if you're looking to do this quicker, you know, maybe you don't do it. But I like to do this step. So I'm gonna be using one of these darker brackets. So let's see. There's this one, or there's this one. This one is pretty much fine. You know, it doesn't have to be super. And again, how clear do you want the view? I mean, you could also, here, we'll use this dark one just for the sake of it, and then I'll show you. I always adjust it to like the, you know, the exposure of it or whatever. So I'm just going to drag this up on top now. So I have this window layer on top. And what I'm going to do here is go to add black layer mask action. I'm going to hit play. So that will make it sort of disappear. Now we have this black layer mask. Now we want to make sure we have white as our background color. So just toggle that. And I want this polygonal lasso tool. And I'm just going to zoom in here to this window. And L will get you that polygonal lasso tool, by the way. So I'm just going to go, just cut this window out real quick. Don't worry about like the door handle and stuff. We'll fix that in a minute. We do have these back here, you know. How detailed you want to get is completely up to you. I have people say, this takes way too long, and you know, oops, you know what I did? I didn't shift, so hold on. So what I didn't hold the shift. So I eliminated that selection, but I didn't want to do that. So if you hold shift, you'll see that little plus icon come up. That's what you want to do. I forgot to hold shift, so because I'm just adding more to my selection. Again, I'll hold shift. I'm not going to worry about that little piece in the corner there. It's fine. Some of this is like not even in it. Well, let's see what this does here first. So I'm going to zoom back out. Now I'm going to go to feather selection and cut. What that will do is just cut this out and give it a slight 1 or 2 pixel feathering on the edge, just so it's not so harsh, the line. So I'll hit play on that. And this is why you want white as your background color, because if you had black as your background color, that would not cut out. So now what I'm going to do with the layer selected here, not the mask, the layer, I want to adjust the exposure because this is really dark, but you know, we can fix that. So I usually tweak, and usually the, you know, the light outside is the different color temperatures, like cooler. I like to warm it up too sometimes. So filter, if you go to camera raw filter, that'll just load this image up in this basic editor, like a sort of Lightroom controls that you would notice, you recognize. So I'm just worried about right now the view out the window. So, you know, I'm gonna raise the exposure up. I'm gonna warm this up too a little bit. Take the highlights down. You know, something around there. So I'm gonna hit OK. So you'll see, wait, there's a difference there. You know. so that, you know, brighten it up a little bit. And again, maybe you think this is too extreme of a view through the window. You know, this is all opinion and whatever. I know it's like sort of unrealistic, maybe you could say. I mean, I would agree with that. It's not natural, but agents like it because you know why? It's a look they can't achieve on their own by taking shots with their phone. They're like amazed by it. They're like, how did you do, you know, how do you get the views out the window like that? And you know, these are the things that impress them. I don't know, I find at least. So, you know, but again, your pictures, your opinion, your style. If you think this looks ridiculous, then don't do it this way, you know, no problem. It's all totally up to you. Do what works for you. You know, everyone has their own opinion, your own taste. So I'm just gonna get my brush tool again. So you can hit B to get your brush tool. But this time I'm gonna my flow 100%. And now I want to make sure I have the mask selected. So you'll see you'll be able to paint on it. So, you know, undo. But you want black as your foreground color. And I want to zoom in here. I just want to bring these crossbars back in real quick. So I just want to make my brush size somewhat similar to that. So if you click once there, and then you just shift click on the bottom, that'll do a straight line right down. So again, across, click once here, shift click over here. You might, you know, you could harden your brush back up too for this. So the edge isn't like too soft. But yeah, basically like that. Over there, that's good. And you know, we have this door handle here too. Just make my brush super small. Bring that back in. So yeah, that's it for that. Now what I want to deal with is like some color cast going on. So first thing I'm going to do, I am now done blending. So if I select all the layers and I go to merge layers, so now I just have this one layer here. But so now what I'm going to do is, yeah, I want to deal with color cast. So like the on the whites here, how it has the yellowish or orangish glow on the ceiling, you know, from this light fixture, you know, on the door, obviously got some orange going on from the light color cast. So I want to deal with that. So I'm going to go to select, and I'm going to go to color range. And now if I click on the ceiling here, and if you hold shift, you'll get that little plus icon and you can add in areas. So I want to basically, so I'm looking at this area, anything white areas is what's selected and what it's affecting. So like I want to get the banister in here. So I just want to see, you know, look on here and see what I'm selecting. So you can see now we have most of the white areas selected now in here. A bit of this wall on the stairs is being affected, but we'll deal with that in a minute. And you can adjust the fuzziness to how much of that's being affected. So yeah, if we take this down, it's even helping a little bit. But yeah, looks like the top of the door is not really getting it. Problem is the walls are a little orange too. So I'm just gonna hit OK. Now with this layer selected, I'm gonna go to this duplicate, desaturate action. I'm gonna hit play. And that's gonna duplicate the layer here and make a mask. I wanna invert this mask though. So you can, I don't know if you can control click. No, it doesn't have that option. But if you have the mask selected and you Command or Control I, that will invert it. So now we can see, you know, it desaturated, you know, the white areas and made them white, but obviously on the wall here and all, you know, we don't want that going on here, and this desaturated this whole wall here. So let's deal with that now. So with the mask selected, I'm gonna get my brush tool again. Just increase the size here. I'll bring the hardness back down. But yeah, so now, you know, with 100% flow, you can just kind of go over some of these areas and just eliminate where you didn't want that to happen. Usually you don't have to go to these lengths for most shots, but for this one, selected a lot of the wall area, so just bringing that back in. Use your bracket keys that will increase or decrease the size of your brush. All in here too. Now for over here, if I just take the quick selection tool, just make a selection here, hold Option, that will subtract. So I just want to get this wall section over here selected basically. And now, now if I have black as my background color and I just do like Command X here and cut, that'll just bring that color back right back in. So I could just do that same thing here in these sections. Oops. Cut. 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 All right, so now you see before and after, just the whites really pop now, and they're much whiter and less tainted by the color cast. So you can even do this section here. It's like change the background color. Why it's not cutting from here, but yeah, just bringing that back in a little bit. All right, so that more or less is good. I'm gonna just now merge these layers. And if I just Command S now and save this, I can close this out now and go back to Lightroom. So now you'll see I have this image here in Lightroom. I'm just gonna now hit your right and left bracket keys. If you hit your right bracket, that'll you'll see now down here how it has 5 stars. I just rate I just rate the ones that are edited with 5 stars, so that way later at the end you'll see I can just quickly, you know, get all my edited pictures together. But the one other thing I want to do here is I have a finishing preset here. It's interior HDR finishing preset. I'm going to click on that, And that comes also with the actions for the Photoshop actions that I was just using. So when you download that from my website, it comes with this preset. So you know, before, after, that's what the finishing preset's doing. It's just adding sharpening and, you know, tweaking some of these settings a little bit. So adding some clarity and sharpening. So you can see, like, if you look at, you know, the basket here, before, after, you know, it's just really crisping up those details, making everything really pop now. So, all right, that's a finished image. So we got our first one done here. So let's move on to the next one. So again, I'm going to select my 5 brackets, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. All right, layers are loaded. Select all my layers, auto align layers, hit play. All right, that's good. Now I'm going to take my 3rd bracket, bring it up to the top, initial blend, play. So that'll give me a little bit of a blend between those two. Change this to black and white. And with white as my foreground color, I want my brush, I want my flow down to, you know, 4 or 5% again. Whatever, you know, brush soft. Just gonna make a nice big brush here. And I'm gonna brush where I want things to be brighter a little bit. Like the floor where it's really dark. Oops. Hey, what are you doing? Some of the ceiling over here. So there, more or less. So the blending part of this is quick. Like if you're not doing the windows and if you're skipping that step, which I don't know, these are, you know, very blown out windows. I personally don't like that look, but it's more of a natural look. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. But you know, that's your choice. Yeah, that would make things a lot faster if you're not doing the windows. So, all right, so that blend looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to just go to merge layers, hit play. So now we got these two merged together. Again, this really bright bracket I'm not going to need for this one. We definitely will need it for some. That's why I shoot 5 brackets, because this does come in handy sometimes, you'll see. So now windows. So let's look. We got this view and then this darker one. So actually, I'm going to use both of these. So this is too bright over here for these windows, but I like this exposure for the back windows. So I'm going to use this for the back windows and then the darker one for these side windows. So let's first drag this up here, add black layer mask, play. So I'm just dealing with these back windows for this one. So again, I'm going to hit L to get my polygonal lasso tool. And I'm just going to zoom in here. And I'm not going to worry about this stuff. I'll fix that later. I'm just going to kind of go over this. Again, holding shift down, get that plus icon. You don't have to hold shift the whole time. Once you click down, you can let go of shift. You don't need to hold it the whole time. Now I'm just adding to my selection. Again, hold shift. 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 Yes, so you can see this is a bit of a tedious process. But it really brings it up, I think, you know. with Flambian, it's easier because you flash the window and you just use darken mode. I could also just go over this whole thing and not do each individual thing like this and just bring these parts back in. Oops. But I don't know, I'm doing it this way for this one. Maybe do this, maybe, you know, I like to do this for pretty much every window unless it's something hideous outside. But, you know, maybe you don't do this for every room or every set of windows, you know, it's totally up to you. Maybe these back ones even are in a different room, so I don't know, like, you know, use your discretion. I do it for mostly all of them. So, all right, so we got all our back windows selected. Now, with our mask selected, we want white as our background color, so switch that. And feather selection and cut, I'm just gonna play that. So, boom, that brings our view in back there. So again, I'm going to go to filter, camera raw filter here. I just want to, again, I'm concentrating only on this view here. I'm going to warm this up a little bit. And maybe exposure up a little bit, highlights down a little bit. You know, you can just adjust it to however you like. I like to warm it up mainly just because, I don't know, I feel like it helps the color sort of match better with the interior. So yeah, before, after. So, you know, that's the back windows. So now I'm done with that. So I'm going to just go to merge layers, play. Now I'm going to bring this other one up and do these side windows. So again, I want to go to add black layer mask. And yeah, white is my background color. I got my lasso tool here. So I'm just going to zoom in. Do these other windows real quick. It's hard to see what's going on here. I'm just gonna do this whole area, and then we'll repair what we need to repair when we finish this. Oh, I forgot to actually shoot. I forgot to. Well, I gotta undo. I want this back here. I got this back because we forgot to take care of this little fix over here. So with my brush tool, I want my flow back up to like 100. And I'm just gonna kind of, you know, bring this back in that we cut off. Forgot about that. This is far away, like, you don't worry about being like so perfect with this. Like, look, this is like all the way back here, like it's super tiny. We're like super zoomed in here, so like you don't have to, you know, worry about being like perfection here. It's just so it doesn't look wrong, basically. So that's good enough. I've got this flower pot here a little bit too. Again, using those bracket keys to adjust the size of my brush. Makes things faster. That's good enough. So, all right, fix that. Is this inside or outside? Yeah, that's outside. This one, I think it is. There's a little chromatic aberration here too, but nothing you notice from all the way back here. So, all right, that's done now. So, merge layers, play. Now I'm gonna bring this back up here for these windows. Again, add black layer mask. And I'm gonna zoom in here. L for my lasso tool. I'm just gonna go over these windows. Again, I'm gonna have to fix this because It's hard to, these are so blown out that it's hard to tell where the window is and not, so. Oops. Gotta hold that shift key down so make sure we're adding to our selection. Just go right along the curtain edge. Alright, let's just start with that. So I'm gonna go to feather, selection, and cut. Make sure you have white as your background color. Play. And I'll just grab my brush tool again real quick. Again, if I shift click, bring that in, click once, shift click. Just bring my brush size down here. A little bit here. Again, this is tiny stuff, so don't worry about being like super nitpicky. So just shift clicking around here. Alright, so that works for me. Let's do this other window. Hit L for my lasso tool. Again, feather, selection, cut. Again, brush tool. Let's just brush this stuff back in. Again, it does help to bring your hardness up sometimes for this. I prefer that. Just trying to be quick sometimes too, so. Of course you can use, if you hit X, it'll toggle to white, and you can use that to erase too. So, depends on the color mask that you're using. So if it's black, the white or black will do something different depending on if you're using a white layer mask or a black one. So, all right, that's really fine. You don't have to be super perfect. From back here, you're not going to tell. So again, I just want to select the layer, filter, camera raw filter. Oops, that just applied whatever I did before. I want to do a new filter. Again, I like to warm it up a little bit. But yes, you can adjust your exposure, make it as bright as you want. So if you, even if you don't want it as an extreme, you can just up the exposure here to make it not so extreme. Again, this is all, use your tastes, use your judgment, whatever your preferences are. So yeah, that looks good. And I'm going to just go to merge layers, merge that down. I'm going to merge again. So we are good now. Now we just need to deal with the color correction again. So we got, the, on the ceiling here, the color cast going on. So, again, I want to go to select color range. I'm just going to start just holding the shift. I want to select I'll get most of my ceiling selected, particular here. Usually I'm looking mostly at the ceiling. That'll kind of get a lot of what's going on here. You can see the doors mostly selected. That's what we want. You know, the trim work, the ceiling, all the white stuff. So that's more or less, that's good. So you'll see now it makes a selection. And now if we go to duplicate, desaturate, again, I want to invert this. Command or Control I with the mask selected will invert this. So now you can see what it desaturated. All the whites are more white now. For the most part, you can see the ceiling's much more white. So, all right, with the mask selected, again, I want my brush tool B. I'm going to brush some of the stuff back in where it kind of like took away from the walls and whatnot. So, you know, I want my flow at 100 is good. And, you know, black is my foreground color. You can see like these areas here. Kind of around the table. Just brushing that back in. So that doesn't need to be affected so much. Really just concerned about the white areas, not so much, I don't want it really affecting the walls. So if I zoom in here, just get a smaller brush, shift click. Just to make this look right. Shift click. These curtains down here. Couch. I'll affect it out a little bit. I mean, not a big deal. Like if I didn't do that, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's close enough. But you know, I just don't want it to look weird, or you know, so you can see these patchy areas on the wall. That's really what I'm concerned about mostly. You know, you try to be as efficient with your time as possible. You know, obviously this is, you know, it takes a while to do an image, and you know, and to do it this way, you know, and make it look as best as it can be. So I'm gonna merge those two. And the other thing you can do here is add a fire to the fireplace. I'm not going to do that for this. I have a video on that on my channel, so just look that up. I would usually add one, so yeah, just, you know, to see how to do that, check my channel. I'm just going to save now, Command S, close this. Now in Lightroom, we got the image here again, right bracket. I'm going to hit it 5 times just to give it 5 stars, so I know this is the edited one for later. And I'm just going to do my interior finishing preset. So again here, before, after, before, after, before, after. So, you know, just really making the pop, making the details come out. Looks nice and sharp. So that's good. And of course, like if you wanted to, you know, tweak it a little bit more, sometimes I do that. Like I just bump the exposure up a little bit more. You know, so maybe the shadows, you might want to tweak it a tad bit too, depending on, you know, the image, but, you know, for that preset gets it there for the most part. So, all right, that's great. So now moving on to the next image, which is just an isolated shot of the dining room. So with these 5 selected, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Select all the layers. I'm going to go to auto align, play. That will align them. Again, bring my 3rd bracket up to the top. With that bracket selected, going to initial blend. Now changing back to black and white, with white as my foreground color, brush tool, flow, 5%. Soft, I want to bring this back down soft. Just gonna up my brush size. And obviously it's really dark down here on the floor. So the ceiling area, definitely over here. I'm just blending this to what I think looks like a nice exposure, like overall. And that's looking pretty good. So I'm gonna go to, yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm gonna merge layers, play. Now, like say, alright, so this really bright bracket, I'm gonna add black layer mask. Like if you wanted to brighten this up just a little bit more, you could use that for that. See that, you know, this does come in handy for something. So you know, like could in certain scenarios you'll definitely need that sometimes. But yeah, I like that. Maybe even slightly here. Yeah. All right. Merge layers. Play. So we got our blend nice now. So again, windows. So let's see. We have this bracket or this bracket. This one's good enough. So I'm going to bring that up. And I'm going to go to add black layer mask. And play. Zoom in here. And hit L for my polygonal lasso tool. I'm just going to cut these windows out now. I'm sure by now you're getting the gist of how this is done. But, you know, just going through the process, image after image, editing a whole set like this. That's why I created these practice packs, because I think, you know, I think it'll be helpful for people who are new to this or learning how to do it. And, you know, hold shift there, click, and just giving them the practice of editing a whole set of images that they might not have, you know, access to. So I'm just going to cut this chair out and I'll fix it. A second. Shift click. I got those selected. Now it's shift. Make sure you hold that shift key. Because if you click, you'll deselect the other one and then you'll have to start over. Or you can undo it, but I've done that before where it's like I've gotten far into it and then like lost it and then had to go back and do it again. So it's annoying. Oops, I double clicked. But yes, if you hit undo, that will get you back a step. So it's not going to just like deselect everything. So that's kind of nice too. This part is outside, so I'm just going to cut that out. Got this bit here. So you could either do this and just cut it completely and just like try to brush it back in later, you know, like I showed you before. You know, it's up to you, whatever you think is faster for you. I know this is kind of crazy doing it, you know, I'm going to do those flowers in a minute, but you know, having to do this is, you know, it is tedious, it is crazy. It makes the image really look that much better in my opinion, but you know, I really wish, oops, see, I forgot to hit shift there. You know, I really wish Photoshop would come out with some, I don't know, maybe some like AI kind of stuff to really, to do this in a better, in a much more faster and efficient way. Because this is really what makes it along. Every other step really isn't that bad, like time-wise. This one's by far the worst. Oops. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, okay. Here I think is the line. It's like what's outside, what's not, so. All right, so zooming back out here. Now I want to make sure white is my background color. Feather selection and cut action. Boom, we got our window view. So let's just go in here and, you know, before, after, before, after, you know, it makes a big difference. So zoom in. Just want to get my brush tool. Decrease the size with the left bracket. I'm going to flow 100%. Up my hardness, like 80 something. And any areas like the chair here, even though you probably wouldn't even notice this so much. A little less size. Just going over some of these spots. Alright, that's good. Everything else here looks fine. I mean, there's a little bit of fringe here. Not a big deal. You want to watch that white line too. So it's like either black fringe or white. Sometimes it's difficult to get it correct, but you know, you don't have to be so nitpicky with this. All right, so really it was down here, like even this, like you don't even have to bother with that, like, you know, if you want to, you can, but I'm saying like, you don't have to go crazy, like super crazy with this. Just anything that is obvious, like obviously we want to do that, like the window crossbars. And shift clicking makes that pretty quick. All right, perfecto. So now I'm done blending all these, so I'm gonna select all of them, just go to merge layers, play. And now we just gotta do some color correction here. So select color range. What's going on here? Oh, I gotta select this layer. Select color range. Click again around the ceiling here. Get the banister selected. Around the window, so that looks pretty good. Hit OK. Now we're going to go again to duplicate, desaturate, action, play. Mask selected, Command I, just invert that mask. So now we got that. You can see how orange the ceiling is over here. You know, now it's nice and white. Everything's pretty nice and white. Obviously, we got to deal with some of the areas that we didn't want that in. So with this selected, brush tool, I'm going to up the brush size. My right bracket tool, my right bracket key. Just going to bring some of this color back into where it shouldn't have really taken it away. If I click here, just shift click all the way down here, give a nice straight line all the way down. Curtain. Bring the color back there. Just don't want to go over the trim because I want that to be as white as possible. All in here. see the door is still a little orange there. You could fix that if you want to. I'm fine with it. Even this area, well. Piece of furniture. The easiest thing to do is just going to be to go right over it, because it's fine if it's that color. It might even be more close to the actual color that it is. So this area, oops, see, that's the ceiling. I want to be careful with the ceiling. So some of this without going too crazy here. Just want, you don't want it to look wrong. Just like clean this up a little bit to a degree. Not going to make it like perfection or anything, because I don't think you'll notice it. That's pretty close, I think. Looks good enough to me. Looks like there's one spot here. I think I got everything. Looks good. So merge. I'm just gonna hit Command S and save this. Gonna close this out. Go back to Lightroom. Got this right bracket. I'm just gonna make 5-star here, so I know. And again, interior finishing. So before, after, before, after, before, after. You know, it doesn't need anything else. No, I don't think so. It looks pretty darn good to me. Awesome. And let's move on to this next shot, which is more just, not the whole room, just concentrating more on the living room here. Similar to what we did before. Control, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Alright, select all the layers, auto align layers, play. Third layer, up. Initial blend, play. Black and white. Make sure my white is my foreground color. I got my brush. Just want to bring my flow down. My hardness down. Increase my brush size. This blend is pretty good actually. I'll do a ton here, right up the ceiling. That looks good. Merge these, merge layers, play. Now windows, got this one, a little bright. So I'm gonna be ending up using this one. I'm gonna bring the darker one up. Add black layer mask, play, zoom in. It's got these windows out. L for my lasso tool. I'll make sure white is my background color. Shift key, make sure you hold that shift key. and try to up the pace here. Now, I've explained a few to you, so you probably by now know the routine here. Shift. Of course, you can just merge all these, auto merge. That's like the faster way to do it, but it's not going to give you the quality that this will, or this process will, but it's much faster. So how much time do you want to spend on these? That's entirely up to you. How much are you getting paid to do a hit? You know, maybe you only do some, oops, forgot to hold shift. Maybe you only do some of these steps. Again, like you don't go through this whole process. How involved you get with this and how much time you get spend on it is entirely up to you. Get a lot of comments on YouTube like, I would never spend that much time, but that's up to you. You don't have to do it all these steps. You don't have to do it this way. I'm showing you a way to get high quality results here. You can do auto merging and just lightly tweak them in Lightroom, not even use Photoshop, and I've demonstrated that in like my real estate photography basics video, and because that's like the most basic way to do it, and you can do it that way if you want. It's not going to give you this quality results, or you can pay an editor to do this sort of thing if it's too much time for you. So, you know, it is up to you what you do and how much time you spend, what's worth it to you, the whole 9 yards. All right, that's it. All right, so, you know, with this mask selected, feather selection, cut, play. Obviously this is pretty dark, so I'm just gonna go to the image filter, camera raw filter. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do a new one. That will just take settings you did the last time and apply them. So I'm gonna up the exposure. It's very bluish in tone and color, so I'm gonna just warm it up. Something like that. Looks good. Now I just need to go in here with the brush and clean some of this up. So I'm gonna zoom in here. Brush. Flow, 100. Hardness, up. Okay, I'm not going to go too crazy on that. That's enough. You got these things here. Totally missed that. And honestly, like these little handles, like this sort of stuff, like you don't even have to bother. You can just get away with not even doing that. It's like super bright, but all right, windows are done. Now we can just merge all these together. And with this selected, now I'm going to go to select color range and just deal with our, you know, color cast stuff going on, even though it's really not bad. It's really not too bad in this. Okay. I'm gonna hit OK. It's got a lot. It's kind of affecting a lot of the area, but I wanted to get this trim down here and everything. So All right, so duplicate, desaturate with the selected command or control I, invert. So yeah, brush. I'm gonna just make this big. Just go right over all this. I knew that was gonna happen. My hardness is still pretty high, so that's good. Shift click. Oops. Shift click. Again here, I'm going to shift click on the top of this. I just want to stay off the door frame because I want that to be remain white as possible. That's the stuff I'm trying to correct. So even the light switches, watch out for that because I want those to be white. Look white and clean. All right, I think I got everything. All right, merge layers, Command S, save, Command W, close. Gonna go back to Lightroom, right bracket 5 times just to give it 5 stars. And I'm gonna apply my finishing preset. Before, after. Again, you could add the fireplace in there. Does it need any other tweaks? Not really. I think it's good. All right, so that image is done as well now. All right, let's move on to the next image. We have select fireplace detail shot here. Again, select all 5. Control right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Select all layers, auto align layers. All right, I'm going to take this third bracket up to the top, initial blend action, play. Set my color back to black and white. White is my foreground. Get my brush tool B, and again, flow down. You know what, this actually doesn't even need much blending at all, to be honest with you. Let's see. Just over here a little bit, like, yeah, the ceiling. Honestly, not much to do here. This is a little too bright. That's all I'm taking from that. I don't really need to do much of that, so merge layers. Oops, not that. Merge layers. Let's see. Yeah, that's too bright for the windows anyway, so I'm going to use this for just bringing this down a little bit. Even though that's still too hot, maybe even. Hold on, let's see. It's a bright highlight, it is what it is. So add black layer mask, play. Just gonna go over this here. Let's see, I'm just bringing down the exposure over here a little bit, so it's not so crazy. All right, that's good. Sorry, my dog's barking. I'm gonna merge this down. All I'm gonna do my windows. I'm gonna use this as my window layer. So again, add black layer mask, play. I want white as my background color. I'm gonna hit the L key for the lasso tool. Quickly just mask in this window. Above here, holding the shift key. Oops, whoopsie. We got these windows back here, so again, shift key, click, let go, shift. Good. If you're not happy with where you clicked either, you can just hit delete and it'll like get rid of your last click point. So that's another handy thing to keep in mind too when you're doing this. Okay. Shift click. Let's go right off the end here. Let's get this little sliver down here. All right, then I'll zoom out. Command 0, by the way, will zoom out to full size. And feather selection cut. White as your background color. Play. Mask in our window views here. You know, maybe it's a little too strong. Again, I'm gonna do camera raw filter. Bring up the exposure a little bit. Warmth. Our window views. Okay. Now, just gotta take our brush tool, be much smaller. I'm gonna put my flow at 100 and hardness back up. Gotta make sure we're on our mask here. It's very important. Click, shift click. We got that back. What happened here? Oh, it's just white like that. Oh. Down here. Not really much to do over here. I'm not even going to worry about these little bits here. No one's going to notice that. Maybe some of the edges, I don't know, like. These are a little obvious, but that's fine. I'm good with that. And lastly, I'm just gonna, or not lastly, but I'm gonna merge these down, and I'm gonna do, with that layer selected, I'm gonna do our color correction stuff here. So select color range, get the ceiling selected. And yes, it's got most of the door here, as you can see, which is good. This window. That's good, okay. And I'm gonna go to duplicate, desaturate, action, play. Again, with this selected, I'm gonna invert this, Command or Control I. All right, now our whites are pretty nice and white for the most part. And now, again, with the brush tool, make sure, yes. Yeah, flow 100 is fine. I'm just going to, gotta make sure black is our foreground color. Sometimes I get confused about that, which color I need. I have to think about it sometimes. All right, shift click. It's good. Just wherever you, again, just fixing any areas that, like on the chair here or whatever, that may have been affected that don't necessarily want. This wall looks all pretty good, so. All right, yeah, looks like we're good. All right, so select those layers, merge, and then again, I would add a fire in there, but then that would be my last step, by the way, and then I would save. Command or Control W will close this window, go back to Lightroom, and we have our image here. Again, right bracket. It doesn't matter how many stars. I always do 5 for, I don't know, whatever reason, but 1 star will do it. You just got to star it and rate it or whatever, so we can find these easily later. And into your HDR finishing preset, and before and after, before, after. You can see those details, the brick really coming out. Yeah, I think overall it looks good. No. Yeah, I'm good with that. So let's go on to the next one. Next we got this opposite view here in the living room. So again, select all the 5, Control, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Yeah, so first thing, I'm gonna highlight all these layers, auto align layers, play, and that's done. Take this third bracket, bring it to the top, initial blend, play, and now that pretty much looks good. Not much to do. So anyway, you know, reset to black and white, brush tool, flow, want this down to, you know, 5 or so, hardness all the way down, and right bracket key, I'm just going to increase the size of my brush. I don't know, get some of the ceiling brighter. I always like to brighten up the ceiling usually anyway. Use some of this area here, but really overall it's pretty good. That's good. Actually, this is like over here, that the window is like overexposed. I might bring that down a little bit too. I'm going to just highlight that, merge layers, action, play. Now I'm going to take one of these darker layers. So let's see what I'm going to use for the windows. That's a little blown out for the windows, so I'm going to use this darker one here for the windows. So actually, I'm going to take this this one, bring it to the top, add black layer mask, play, and with my brush tool, again, I'm just going to go over this window area a little bit, just to bring it down, so we can really see kind of what's going on there. Maybe a little bit here too. So, you know, using these brackets to just get an even exposure, more or less, as best we can. And, you know, doing this by hand, we can be really picky choosy about how we do this instead of just doing a, you know, computerized blend, which, you know, isn't necessarily the best thing, or you might not need to use all that information, or, you know, this just yields a better result, better looking result. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to go to merge layers action, play. So now let's bring this up to the top, and we're gonna do our windows. So add black layer mask, play. And now I'm gonna start with this window over here, zoom in. I'm gonna hit L for our lasso tool, polygonal lasso tool. White as our background color. So I'm just gonna select this out. Don't worry about the door handle for now. I'm just gonna deal with this one first. So feather selection and cut, action, play. B for my brush again, bring this down to smaller size. Flow, I'm gonna bring back up to 100, and hardness, I'm gonna bring this back up. Actually, I can just kind of go right over this. This white part here. This is like the fence, I think. It's just so blown out anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is fine. I'm just trying to get rid of some of this fringe here, I guess. Again, this is being nitpicky. It's not even probably necessary. Like, I'm not even gonna go crazy here. Because like when we're zoomed out here, like no one's ever gonna pick up this little black fringe on this leaf here. I mean, I can go in there and fix it, but this is how, you know, this is what I mean by like, do you really need to spend the time on that? You know, probably not, you know. So I'm just gonna go in here and do this door. You know, I'm a perfectionist. I know that like bothers me. I want to fix every little thing about it. But, you know, doing this, I learned that like, you know, spend your time wisely, because this, you know, obviously this can be a lengthy process. The more detailed you get, the longer it's going to take you. And is it necessary to, you know, get that detailed? No, not really. I mean, if this was like a special shoot that you were trying to, you know, knock out of the park, then yeah, you know, I would say, you know, be more detailed. It's up to you how detailed you want to get with it. So sorry, there's like landscapers outside. If you can hear the lawnmowers and everything. All right, so I'm just gonna select this. I'm gonna fix these like crossbars on the window after the fact. Just clicking around here, making points. All right, so we got that feather selection cut. I'm just gonna play here. And again, I'm gonna take my brush and just fix this up. Click, shift click down here at the bottom. Click, shift click. That's good. Maybe fix this here a little bit. That's fine, all good there. Now I'm gonna go over to this window. Again, L for my lasso tool. Just gonna start selecting these windows. I'm just gonna go right over these lights. Just on this chair. I got a lot of stuff going on here, so I'm gonna have to just add some of that back in. Shift click. All right, feather selection and cut, play. All right, now I need to get my brush out. Let's see here. Zoom in down here. Get some of this back in. Again, like picking and choosing how detailed I'm going to get here. This stuff is far away. I'm super zoomed in, so it doesn't have to be like, you know, magnificent here. Just so it doesn't look weird or anything. That's good enough for that. this fringe here that I want to fix. Clip there. Huh. All right. Some of this going on here. That's good enough. I mean, again, like, not being super perfect here. Obviously. Watch, you'll see when we zoom out how far away this is, that it's not, no one's gonna notice any of these minute details. It's not even close. This thing, I'm just gonna leave this as like shadowy black, I think. It's part of this. Because look, I mean, now zooming out, like, all this stuff on the table, you know, that looks fine. We gotta fix these lights though a little bit. I'm not gonna get any more crazy with that. Actually, what I'm gonna do for these lights, because this is gonna be like, that's too much. I want some transparency, so I'm just gonna just bring my flow down again to like 5, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and just paint some of this in to a degree, at least on the glass, I mean. Like, I don't want it to be fully like opaque or anything, so. So these look somewhat realistic. But the actual tops of these, I'm just gonna paint them in correctly, like all the way, 100% flow. Again, obviously, you know, being like, I zoom in more here. It's like, be a little bit better here. Is there like a little intricate kind of things? All right, well, that's good enough, I think. From this distance, that's fine. All right, so that's pretty much it for the blending. I want to just, I'm gonna bring up camera raw filter just for my window views here. I'm gonna just warm it up a little bit again. Bring the highlights down like that. All right, so that's good for our windows, I think, more or less. These still look a little funny to me. Yeah. Whatever, I think that's good enough. Alright, well, that's good. Merge layers, play. So now, and we don't need this last bracket, so just merge that too. So now let's deal with the color corrections, and so I'm just gonna go to select color range. Just gonna select some of the ceiling here. So I like to make sure like pretty much the whole ceiling is selected. I always try to kind of gauge it by that. Let me bring this fuzziness back up a little bit. And it looks like it's getting most of the woodwork here, so I think that's pretty good. So okay, and then I'm gonna go to duplicate, desaturate, play, and with this selected, I wanna go to Command or Control I to just invert this mask. And we see our, you know, how it whitened everything up again. Pretty much. Just got to, again, get our brush tool, bring our flow back up. We can leave the hardness up. And I just want to increase my brush size here. And I just want to get some of this coloring back in here. Some of this couch. Piece of furniture here. Looks like up here. In here, yeah, some of this in here. But definitely up here, I think. Shift click down here. There we go. It's pretty good. Like obviously this door here, like we can just kind of, if we wanted to fix this up a little bit, just gonna take my lasso. And even this piece of wood here. And if we select the layer here and just go to adjustments, hue, saturation, just bring the saturation down here on that. So you can see now we made the door white even because it was so yellow. We could have selected this in here too, but whatever. Let's see, boom, boom, boom. So we whiten that up. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to select these and go to merge layers. Actually, I didn't get over here a little bit. Looks like maybe some of this here. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, select these, merge layers, and I'm just gonna save this. And Command W, close that out. And now in Lightroom, we got our image. So again, right bracket, I'm just gonna increase the rating so I have 5 stars on it. And I'm gonna go to my interior HDR finishing preset. So before, after, before, after. You can see the details. Sorry, they're blowing outside of my house right now. I'm sure you can hear that. It's kind of loud, I'm sorry. All right, so yeah, I think that's good. There's nothing else I really want to do to that. So let's move on to the next one. So I'm gonna select these 5, control, click, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Alright, select layers, auto align, play. A lot of windows here. It's gonna be fun. Alright, raise this third bracket up, initial blend. It's still pretty dark. We got a dark wood ceiling here, so this is kind of a darker room. So again, I'm gonna switch my colors back to black and white. B, I got my brush tool. I just wanna bring down the hardness, bring down the flow. Raise my brush size, right bracket tool key. I'm just gonna start. We're probably gonna need this is like a scenario where you're gonna need that that really bright bracket at the end. So let's see. That's about all we're gonna get out of that, more or less. So merge layers, I'm just gonna bring that down, and I'm gonna bring this super bright one up. I'm gonna go to add black layer mask, play, and now I'm just gonna even brighten some of this up even more. Like this area a little bit. This is overexposed, so we're gonna need to do something about that. All right, that's good for that. Merge layers, play. All right, let's see which we're gonna use for our windows. That's plenty dark. So let me take this really dark one up here. I'm gonna add black layer mask. And I'm just gonna slightly just go over this area a little bit. Just to bring the exposure down a little bit there. On the floor a little bit. These highlights, get some detail back there. Now you can start seeing what's there a little bit. All right. That's pretty good. Now I'm gonna merge that down. Play. So the good thing is there's not really any white in this room, so we're not gonna have to worry about color correction, but we're gonna have to do these windows. So I'm gonna bring this layer up to the top, add black layer mask, play, and now just gonna zoom in here. L for lasso tool. Just gonna go around and get all these windows. This is like crazy, but most of them are just, I think most of them don't have much in front of them. Some of them do, I don't know. So hopefully it'll be easy to just select too. You could also try the quick selection tool. Again, hold shift. That's this tool here. It's a quick selection tool right here. You just hold shift. So yeah, that's actually working pretty well for this. When you have a nice open area, it's not as, if you hold option, that'll do minus and you can take away from it. But see, sometimes it doesn't really know what you're doing, but it's working pretty well. The lasso tool is obviously sort of more accurate, kind of, but this is faster. No. Alright, that's not really going to work. I'm going to use the lasso tool here for this one. Alright, let's try this again. Actually, you don't even have to add shift. It's just automatically adding to it. Boom. Yeah, working. It's working pretty good. Likes to try to connect these for some reason. So holding the option key will subtract that. So again. Subtract this thing. Alright, that's good. A lot of windows here. Obviously, we're gonna have to go back and fix some of this stuff, but yeah, sometimes this can be the pain. Sometimes it works well. The quick selection tool. So, all right. Well, that is what it is. We'll fix that in a second. All right. So zooming out, we got our window selected finally. Feather selection and cut. Oops, undo. Gotta have white as our background color, or else it's not gonna work. Feather selection and cut. All right. Obviously this is dark over here. What we can do with that actually is, yeah, with our brush with the black as our you know, foreground color, just go over this. This is all masked, so it's not affecting the front of it really. Just to bring the exposure up a little bit of this side to match this a little bit better. That's better. And we can go to camera raw filter to, whoops, I didn't mean that. I always do that. Go to the camera raw filter. It's hazy, some of it. I'm gonna add some dehaze and try to make it clearer a little bit. But I'm gonna warm it up a little tad. Let's see. Yeah, well. All right, so I'm going to raise the flow, raise my hardness. Just want to go in here with my brush just to see if I need to fix some stuff. This actually looks okay. This side of this here a little bit. It's nothing even that noticeable though. And make sure our mask is selected. this little thing. Like the handles, like I'm not even gonna worry about the handle, really. It's just more trouble than it's worth. I don't see any real issues there. Maybe with this plant a little bit. Some of these leaves. Even this is like, that's fine. Everything looks pretty good over here. Lamp here too. Oops. Yeah. That's fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't really see much going on there. So yeah, cool. Looks good. I'm going to merge, play, save this, Command W to shut it, and now we have it in Lightroom. Again, right bracket. I'm going to increase the rating and add my finishing preset. So before, after, before, after. You could even like maybe not up the shadows a little bit. I don't know, looks pretty good. It's just a strange sort of room with everything being wood like that and everything. So yeah, cool, good. Let's move on to the next one. We got just the opposite view here of this room. Select this 5, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Select all layers, auto align. Select this third bracket, initial blend, play. All right. This black and white again, brush tool. Bring my hardness back down, flow back down. Increase my brush size with my right bracket key. Again, we got, you know, the same room here, so similar situation going on here. All right, that's pretty good. Just gonna merge that, bring this bright layer up, add black layer mask, action, play. And brighten some areas up a little bit more. Over here. All right, that's pretty good. Maybe a little bit in this room. Just brighten that up a little bit. And I want to, all right, I'm done with that. So I'm gonna merge that. And let's see, we got that window view, we got that. This is good enough. So again, I'm going to take this super dark bracket here and bring it up. And I'm going to add black layer mask. Just going to bring some of this down a little bit. Again, on the floor here. It's super bright. It's fine. Highlights are highlights, so it's fine. Like, these are pretty blown out, but that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna go crazy here. I just want to bring it down a smidge. So that's here. That's cool. and merge layers. Now we're going to do our windows, so I'm going to bring this up and add black layer mask, play. So I'm going to zoom in here and just, again, quick selection tool worked pretty good for this, so I'm going to use that again. You can like increase the size of this thing too, and that makes it more like precise, I think. Or, you know, increase or decreasing the size of it or increasing the size of it. I'll have to repair some of this, you know, with the brush, probably, so. This is going to be like a fight here. See, this is where it's like, yeah, there it goes, you got it. Again, you can just always fix whatever mess ups it does with the brush, just trying to minimize how much brush stuff I need to do. I wish I could just, you know, click a button and it just selected the windows. That'd be awesome. I'm not even going to worry about the windows in this other room, just these. Feather selection and cut. Oops. Make sure white is our background color. There we go. Let's zoom in here. See what we need to fix. Brush. Decrease my size. Left bracket key. Alright, we need 100% flow and to bring our hardness up. Definitely this lamp. Let's fix this. That's fine. These pillows that we missed. Oh, looks good. Pretty much. Yeah, this thing. Alright. Alright, that's good. I'm going to merge this down. As far as color correcting goes, I'm good with it. Doors look white. Maybe some of this in here, but I'm not really concerned about that room. I'm good with that. So I'm going to just save this. Command W to close this window. Now we got it back here in Lightroom. Again, right bracket, I'm just going to increase rating. Interior finishing preset. Raise the shadows here a little bit. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's see what we got next. Another view of this room, which I wanted to show this side of the room and that there's an exit here. Because we didn't really capture that in any other shots, so this is, you know, how I think when I'm shooting. All right, let's do this. Control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. I don't often do 3 angles of a room like this, but I just felt like this was necessary for that reason. You want to show access to the backyard and everything. Select all these, auto align, play. And then this third bracket up, initial blend, play. Black and white. I want white as my foreground color. I'm gonna bring my hardness back down, my flow back down. This is really dark, so definitely need that bright bracket for this one, for sure. This whole thing needs to be really brought up. Let's just bring that one up here now. So I'm gonna just merge that. Bring this bright one up. Add black layer mask. All right, that's about right, I think, as far as the bright stuff. Yeah, that's plenty good for the windows. I'm gonna bring this up, add black layer mask. Just wanna maybe bring some of this down here. Oops. This room is difficult because it's like very dark inside because of the wood and super bright outside, so it's a sort of, you know, more difficult situation here. But, you know, we're balancing it out the best we can. Merge layers, play. Now we just got to do these windows. Just want to add black layer mask. Do my quick selection tool. Again, see, just gonna raise this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna. This thing is misbehaving. Let's see. I'm gonna use the lasso tool for this. That's why the quick selection tool is sometimes good. Sometimes it's like out of control. You know, obviously have way more control with the lasso, but if you can do it quickly with the quick selection tool, then it's worth it. Oopsie, did I? Yeah, I forgot to hit shift. Oh, I'll do this one again. Always remember to hit that shift when you're adding selection, or else that's what happens. At least I didn't lose much there. All right. Shift click. Shift click. Actually, what am I doing here? I want to go all the way to the edge here. Silly. Oops. Should I add this in? Why don't I do that for all these? Sometimes it gets confusing about where I want this to be, so. Did it for every single one of these. Let's go to the edge of this. This stuff we're gonna have to brush in, fix. Unfortunately, so many windows in this thing. Okay, finally. All right. Feather selection and cut to make sure our white is our background. All right, we got our windows. B for brush tool again. Oops, windows two. Okay, sorry, I don't know what I did. Hit some weird button. Okay, P. Yeah, flow up and hardness up. Right, just go right over this on the white here. Doesn't matter. Again, I know this looks like I'm being sloppy, but it's just, this is minute details from far away, so you don't have to get super crazy about it. Some of these dark lines are bothering me though. Just shift clicking, straight line. I mean, let's see. Yeah, it's kind of the outside part of the window. That dark line here, this, I just need to, I'm not going to worry about that so much. Do I want to bring this up? This is kind of unnecessary, but. Hi, doggy. That's all good. I'm not gonna worry about the little handles and stuff, and not necessarily unless it like really stands out to me. This. I don't want to do all that, just that. Some of this. This, obviously, we need to do something about. These really small now. Just kind of get some of this in here. Alright, that's good enough for that. Spending so much time on this. Alright, this. I think that's pretty good. So, yeah. So, I'm going to do camera raw filter here, which you can actually access Shift Command A. Bring the exposure up on these windows a little bit. Maybe some warmth. Yeah, that's better. Alright, that's good. I'm going to go to merge layers, play, save, close that out. Right bracket, just increase the rating, and apply my finishing preset. And that looks good. Alright, we got a bedroom here. Alright, select these, control click, edit, right click, editing, open as layers in Photoshop. Okay, I'm going to select all these layers and auto align layers, play, and bring my third bracket up, initial blend, switch back to black and white, B from a brush tool, got it, hardness, down, size, I'm going to bring that up, flow, five. That's pretty dark. We're probably gonna use that bright bracket in this room too for this like floor area and stuff for sure. Okay. That's good. Good for that. Merge bring this bright one in here. Add black layer mask, play. It's gonna use this to really brighten up some of these areas here. Ceiling. Here's a little too much this area. All right, that's good. Merge layers. Now, get this or this for Windows. I'm gonna use this darker one. Add black layer mask. All right, just gonna zoom in here. Lasso tool. Oops. Okay, still got that, okay. Shift click. Shift click. Feather selection cut. We want to make sure white is our background color. Play. All right. B for brush tool again. Decrease our size. Flow, I'm going to bring this up. Shift clicking. Try to get it to be the size of what, you know, the bars, like the thickness of the bar. So it's just one pass. That's cool. Just get this a little bit. Done. All right. Okay. These here, like. I'm not gonna bother with the strings, don't even worry about that. Okay. Now I'm going to camera filter. I'm gonna bring the exposure up a little bit of these windows, a little warmth. It's a little bit better. And now I'm gonna merge these. And I'm gonna do a color correction. It's really not that bad in this room, but let's see. Select color range. Something like that. I'm gonna go to duplicate, desaturate. Again, Command I to invert this mask. So it definitely did help. It takes the orange out of a lot of the areas in this room. But I'm just seeing where I have to fix, where I want to fix. Like this area, definitely. Yeah, that's better. I'm gonna leave this wall the way it is because I like that there's a lot of orange color cast going on there. So I like that it took some of that out. So I don't want to put that back in. See if you can see, like it's like a little orangey. But if you reduce the flow here a little bit, I don't know. No, it's good. I'm good with that. So I'm just gonna merge, save, close this out, and again, right bracket, I'm just gonna increase the rating and then apply my preset. Boom, that one's done. So what do we got now? We got this bathroom, no window, so that's good. Select, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. A lot of color cast going on in this one, but no window, so that's good. So, man, the windows are really what the most tedious part of this is for sure. So, all right, so I'm gonna select these, auto align layers, play. Gonna bring up this third bracket, initial blend, play, and increase my brush. I want black and white. Flow is already down, but I want to bring this up a little bit. Hardness all the way down. Some of this area. Some of this. Yeah, well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good exposure wise. That's all I'm doing for that. Merge. Now color correction for this. Select color range. This is going to be, might be a little challenging. Let's see. We get that ceiling, which we got. The tile. The sink. All right, that's in there. The toilet. selecting a lot of the wall over here. That's all right, I'll paint that in. All right, I think that's pretty good for a selection here. All right, duplicate, desaturate. Can invert this. All right, so, all right, got our white areas white, that's for sure. Now we got to paint in some of this areas. Like you can, like, yeah, I'm just gonna let that, all right, let's get our flow all the way up. And I'm going to, yeah, I need black. Yeah. Hardness up. Click, just gonna shift click. Now, like, you know, I'm sure, like, this is more orange than should be, probably. So what you could do, switch to white, decrease the flow, like, maybe like 2. If you wanted to bring the saturation down on some of this stuff, could just go over this slightly just to like make it less orange. They're doing it. Something like that. So before, after. That's no color correction. That's with our color correction. So yeah, that's good. I mean, more or less. I mean, you could increase the opacity. If this is too white for you, you can, you know, blend some of the orange back in a little bit too. I mean, it's up to you. But yeah, no, I think that's pretty good overall. Yeah. So I'm gonna merge these, save, close this out, apply my preset. All right, I gotta increase the rating on this. Don't forget that. And moving on, we got the kitchen. Select these, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Select these and then auto align layer, action. And I'm gonna take the third bracket, initial blend, play. I've got a brush, I'm gonna flow up a little bit, hardness down. It's actually pretty good. I don't really need to brighten up any areas necessarily. This is like way overexposed. Maybe I'll brighten up this a little bit. But yeah, that's good enough. We're gonna need our. We're definitely gonna need the dark. I'm gonna merge this. We're gonna need that for the window, darkest one. But this one, I'm gonna use this to add black layer mask, just to try to bring this down a little bit. Like how much of a halo or whatever around the window there is going on. Yep. Merge. I'm gonna bring this dark one up, add black layer mask. Zoom in here. Got this one window here, which is great. Just real quick. And feather selection cut. Make sure white is our background color. Take the brush tool again, just shrink it down with my left bracket key. 100% flow. Hardness up, or like 90 or so, whatever. That's good. All right, so now I'm just gonna merge these together. And we're gonna do some color correcting here. Definitely got a bunch of that going on. So select color range. And I'm going to, start selecting this stuff, holding the shift key and just adding to my selection here. The ceiling. Like this is crazy. I wonder if we can, I don't want to, oops, what did I do? It's adding a lot. So here, let's start with that and see. Okay, now I'm going to go to, no, my action, duplicate, desaturate. Again, select that mask, inverts. Yeah, actually that did a pretty good job there. Let me just toggle this on and off. I got rid of it on the cabinets and everywhere that I really wanted to get rid of it. Ceiling. Awesome. It's just really this area in here. Which, yeah, I can do this little trick again, like. And I'm going to go to adjustments, hue saturation. I'm just going to bring saturation down on this door. And now it's pretty white. See the difference there? Just merge that down. And with this selected too, I could probably, let's see. Oops. Just want to see what this is. Yeah, I mean, we could, let's see, hold on. Wait, what did I do here? I lost my, there we go. Oh, I lost it? Oh. I know, I think I have to merge this down first. Then merge this. Yeah. So if we wanted to try to subdue some of this, we could try, I don't even know if we have to. I'm cool with that. I mean, we could just duplicate this layer and go to adjustments. I was just gonna say, like, if I bring the saturation way down, I merge this with this layer, and now just add black layer mask. There's areas that you want to, you know, like bring down some of the saturation. If I bring the flow down, like I could just kind of go over this a little bit. desaturate it. See, it just kind of brought down that orange glow from the light fixture in there a little bit. All right, that's cool. Merge. I'll save this out, close this. And I'm just going to apply my preset. And I want to right bracket. I just want to increase the rating on this. All right, that's good. That's done. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have this dining area in the kitchen. All right, control click, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Oh, it didn't work. Sometimes, once in a while, that does that. I don't know why. It's control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. There we go. I don't know. Sometimes that does that. It's weird. All right, select all these layers and there's auto align, play. This third bracket, we're bringing it up. Initial blend, play. I already got my brush tool open. Black and white as my colors, flow, like 5, hardness down. And I'm just gonna bring up the size of my brush here. Just, you don't need to do too much brightening here. Yeah, like that's pretty much it. The blend is pretty good already, so that's about it for that. I'm just gonna merge this down. Now, this is a scenario where maybe you don't even want to do anything with the windows. You know, it's up to you. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just take this for the window, this window at least. Add black layer mask. Zoom in here. I'll take my lasso tool. Again, this is, in this image, this is very optional, I feel like. But let's see. All right, so make sure white is our background color. Feather selection and cut. All right, get my brush tool back. Decrease my size. Flow up, hardness up. Zoom out here. See that this window, I don't even know if I'm going to even bother with that. What I might do is just with this mask selected, increase my brush size a little bit. Bring the flow down. White is my foreground color. I'm just gonna go over this a little slightly. Bring the exposure down back here. I'll switch white back to my, you can hit X, by the way, the X key will toggle their background and foreground colors. And yeah, I guess I'll just quickly lasso this bad boy. Do the thing properly. And feather selection cuts. Alright, cool. All right, I'm gonna merge these, merge layers, play. I'm gonna go to select, color range, shift click. I'm just gonna like try to get, you know, the ceiling in here, most of the ceiling. I got the door in here. I want that. I don't want to work with that. Let's see how that takes me. Duplicate, desaturate. Again, that's selected, Command I, Control I. All right, so yeah, it sucked a lot out of here. Let's see here. All right, let's get my flow back up, and my hardness is still up. It's fine. I mean, it's good to clean this up. Let's see what's bothering me here. I guess I just want to address this area and then some of this in here. So yeah, I'm not going to do with this layer, so I'm going to merge that. I'm just going to, with this layer selected, if you hit Command J, or if you control click on this, you can just duplicate layer. And I'm going to just desaturate this layer. Around there. So actions, I'll just merge layers. I'm going to merge that down and then add black layer mask. So now with the mask selected, I'm going to, what's going on? Okay, I'm just going to increase my brush size here, and I got to reduce my flow. I'm going to bring it down, you know, 3. It's good. And I'm just going to start brushing over here a little bit, just to subdue this a little bit. Actually, no, I gotta back up here. I gotta get this layer back, because this back here is not right. Like, this should be that color. I knew something was off. I was just like trying to figure it out. Yeah, this wall color's got to come back. My bad. Curtain too. The kitchen is not that color. I don't believe, no. All right, so I fixed that. Now let's merge that again. And Command J, I'm just going to duplicate this again. Adjustments, hue, saturation. And we're going to go to actions, merge. And add black layer mask. For starters, I can just gonna select this door here. And with white as background, feather selection cut. I'm just gonna cut that out immediately. And then with the brush, again, just flow down. I want white as my foreground color. Just gonna subdue this down a little bit. And then actually here too. Feather selection cut. I'm going to hit X and make my white as my background color. Yeah, just get that ceiling in there white. Perfect. I might just try to cut this and see what happens. I just want to get rid of this orange here. It's bothering me. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Yeah, cool. I like that. That did it. Merge that down. I'm just going to save this. Close this window. Hit the right bracket to increase rating. And then just apply my preset. All right, that one's good. Next one. This view of the kitchen. All right, select these 5, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. All right, select all these, auto align layers, play. Bring this third bracket up to the top and then initial blend. All right, change this back. Brush tool, B for brush tool. Hardness down. Flow, increase that a little bit. Increase my brush size. And we're going to brighten this up more, so even a little bit. All right, so let's just merge that down. I'm going to bring this super bright one up. Hello. Add black layer mask. Just going to brighten some of this down here especially. Ceiling. Very bright coming in through the windows too, so over here. Alright, that's good enough for that. Merge that down. Let's see what we got here. Oops, sorry. Project auto saving over there. Nope, I want Photoshop. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably use this bottom one for the window view. I'm gonna like increase the exposure though, but I'm gonna use this in here. Add black layer mask. Just want to, bring the exposure down here a little around the windows. Overdo it just to like get rid of some of the haloing like around the edges. That's like what I'm concerned about mainly. All right, that's good. And now let's take this up top, add black layer mask, zoom in. just select these windows. Make sure you shift click. Oh, I went all the way up with this, I guess, here. I want to like use the brush. Shift click. This one I'm just going to do separately. Okay, I'm going to do, I'll make sure white is my background color, and feather selection and cut. Again, I know that's way too underexposed, so I'm just going to open camera off real quick. Just bring up the exposure of the outside view. Oops. Something like that. Warm it up a tad. Okay, it's better. And now I'm going to just fix this up here. I want to bring my flow all the way up, my hardness up. Shift click. That's good. Okay. Fix this faucet here. This is a little crazy, actually. It's like, really over, it's like got a lot of, you know, glare on it or whatever. Let's see. This looks dumb. I mean, it's alright. It looks alright. It looks like it's coming off this house, so it kind of makes sense. I mean, yeah. Good enough. I mean, this is tough here, actually, because it's like very bright outside. Alright, that's pretty good. I'm going to now merge these and do some color correcting here. Select color range. It looks like it's getting mostly the areas that I want, so that's good. Okay. Duplicate, desaturate. Invert this. Huh. Let's see. I'm gonna redo that. I don't like that. I'm just gonna undo to get my selection back there. I'm gonna just undo this. Do it again. It's not getting enough. I missed this whole area. It's getting most of that window. Like, I want it to get more. Hopefully that's not too much now. Well, we'll see. Duplicate, desaturate again. Invert. Yeah, that's better. Let's see. Weirdness going on here, obviously. We should really just, I'm going to try to get rid of this completely. It just looks bad. Let's see, anywhere else? I think everyone else is good. All right, let's just merge this then. Do that again. So J, I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm going to go to adjustments, hue saturation. Should bring this down a lot. Okay, I'll merge this down. Add black layer mask. Let's see what I can do. I gotta like bring the flow down. Yeah, too much here. On the mask. What happened here? What's going on here? Is it desaturating? That's because I colored on this, that's why. Add black layer mask. Play. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Okay. Bring this down. Just to like take some of this out. We could go. You could even do a little bit on this whole thing because it's technically supposed to be gray anyway, but. Yeah, and take some of that orange out of there. Just getting rid of as much of this orangeness as I can. Alright, yeah, that looks much better. Go. We'll fix the whale in a minute. I just want to kind of go over this area. You don't even need to fix the whale, it's fine. Yeah. Some of this tile. But yeah, anywhere, I mean, you could use this now, like, yeah, to go over anything that you think still has a little bit of a color cast. Like over here, maybe. So, I mean, this little tool of desaturating a duplicated layer, you know, that helps, you know, if you want to correct some things. Yeah, that looks good. I'm going to merge that and save this. Close this, and Lightroom, right bracket, I'm going to increase the rating. I'm going to apply my preset. I might actually even, I just need a little maybe bump of exposure. Slightly a shadow bump. That's better. Before and after, looks good. Should have took this towel off the dishwasher, but oh well. Okay, that's good. Now let's go on to the next one. Lots of angles of the kitchen always. Control those layers in Photoshop. I'm going to select all these, auto align, play. Initial blend, I want to get this up first and then hit play. Get black and white. Got to decrease my flow again. Decrease my hardness to 0. Brighten the floor area up a little bit, but mostly this doesn't need much brightening. That's good for that. That's it. Merge, and then I'm going to use this to just bring down some of the overexposure around this window. Add black layer mask. That's fine. Merge. I'm going to use this for my window. Add black layer mask. Zoom in here. Lasso tool. Just going to do these 4 panels separately this time, so I don't have to do any brushing, hopefully. Alright, feather selection cut. White is my background color. Play. So we got our window view in. It's just still like overexposed. Let's see if we can do something about that. I'm going to bring the highlights down. It's better. Exposure down a little bit. And there's nothing to look at out there, but you know, at least it's not blaring, less blaring as it was. All right, I'll select these merge layers, and I'm going to do some color correcting here. Color range. You know, you can work off the previous sort of selection too. I should be doing that more often. Save you some time. Yeah, let's see what that does. Duplicate. There's a lot going on here. I'm going to have to do some more work than just this. I'm going to invert this again. That's pretty decent over here at least. Yeah, over here I did some weird stuff. Just going to bring my flow back up. Hardness up. And I have to subdue some of this, but at least get it back looking to normal. All right, yeah, that's good. floor got a little some. Okay, I'm gonna merge this layer down. I'm gonna Command J to duplicate this layer, and again I'm gonna desaturate. So merge this down. Add black layer mask. So let's see, I'm going to go in here and just make some selections at first. Do that. I'm gonna get the ceiling too. And white as background color. Yeah, I'm gonna feather selection cut. And I cut that, and then I'm gonna take my brush now. Flow low to I want white, right? Yeah, just gonna go over some of this. It's too orange. Just to bring the orange down. It should be like the wall is really like somewhere around that color, so. And we got this going on here. Really go over that a lot. Yep. This area. Just get rid of that. Don't need it. Go over these cabinets. I'm gonna bring the flow up a little bit more. General, just bring that down. Trying to get rid of some orangey stuff. Alright, let's see. Alright, I think we're in pretty good shape here. So, some on this wall. I affected it again over here, but I'll fix that in a second. Blend that back. Alright, that's good. Merge, save, close this window. Lightroom, right bracket, increase rating. Gonna interior finishing preset. Awesome, looks good. I got one last one of the kitchen here. Sure, we're all ready to move on from the kitchen, but control, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. I don't think there's too much more. Once it goes upstairs, there's a couple bedrooms and like a bathroom, and that's it. And so shouldn't be too much longer. Auto align layers. Bring my third bracket up, initial blend, play. All right, switch to black and white, oops. Black and white, and then brush, soft, flow. I'm going to brighten some of this area up. Alright, that's pretty good blend-wise. I don't see anything else I need to blend. I mean, it's a little dark down here. Let's see. Alright, looks good. Going to merge. Let's see what I'm going to use for my windows here. This one or this one. That's probably... yeah, I'm going to use this darker one. Get more of the sky in here. So I'm going to bring this all the way up, turn that back on, and add black layer mask, play. Zoom in here. My lasso tool. Let's see. This is a bit of a pain, this one. A lot of stuff going on. Alright. Alright. Oh man, I lost this one. Oops. See, I did that again. Let's see. Pen, shift, no, I mean lasso tool. Shift click. I forgot to shift click over there. Luckily, this is an easy one. So. This guy here. This guy here. Oops. Is that this window here somewhere? All right, white is background color, feather selection, cut. And obviously this is way too dark, so we gotta camera raw, filter, exposure, bring that up, highlights, and bring that down. Something like that, warmth a little bit. All right, just gotta brush some of this stuff back in a little bit. Flow 100, hardness up. Oops, gotta make sure our mask is selected. decrease my size a little bit there. There's this black fringe. That's fine. I don't like being super perfect here. Okay, just a couple more here. All right, windows are good. Let's merge all these. Merge layers, play. And let's do some color correction. Select color range. Whoa, where are you going? Selecting a lot of area. All right, let's see what we can work with that. Okay, desaturate. Just gonna invert this. That's pretty good. All right, in here we gotta work on this here, this area. This wall is different color, so I don't want it to be super. Maybe I could just do like an 85 flow here, just. Color back in here. It's supposed to have color. Baskets. All right, that's about what I was looking for. I'm gonna merge that. Again, I'm gonna duplicate this, desaturate. Merge that down. Black layer mask, play, brush tool. I'm gonna fix some of this stuff. Bring my flow down. Anywhere else? Let's see. Door, I feel like. Some of this cabinet a little bit. All right, cool. Merge. Save. Close this window. I'm gonna open Lightroom. Again, right bracket, increase the rating. Apply my preset. It really makes it pop. I love that preset. Just like, and not having to do that, all these little adjustments like every single time. It saves you a lot of time. So there's a few things going on here, even down here. So yeah, so I pretty much do that for every image. So I just made that a preset. So it's nice and easy. All right, let's move on to the next image here. This is now upstairs bedroom. So let's select these 5. Control, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. All right, so let's select all the layers, auto align layers, play. Again, I'm going to bring this 3rd layer up, initial blend, play. B, I'm going to get my brush tool. I want to switch this to black and white. I want white as my foreground color. And hardness down, flow, 4%, that's good. And I'm just going to brighten some of these areas up. Definitely the ceiling, these corners. This was a very strangely shaped room, as you can see. So it's kind of hard to get which angles. I got this angle so you can see the bathroom that was attached here. That's why the door's open like that. So, you know, I got another angle of this too, I believe. All right, so blending wise, that's pretty good. I'm just gonna merge this layer down, merge layers, play. So now I'm gonna mask this little window in here. Let's see what we got. I got that or that. I'm gonna take this darker one, bring that up, turn these back on, add black layer mask, play. And I'm just gonna zoom in here. Get my lasso tool, hit the L key. Now I'm just gonna go around this window. Oops. Oh, whoops, forgot to hold that shift key. It's kind of hard to decipher here with this, where the window edge is, but I don't know, I'm gonna guess. And if it's wrong, I'll fix it. Alright, that's a little wonky, but let's see. Alright, I need to feather selection and cut, but I want white as my background color. Show the mask selection. I'm just going to play. Oops, yeah, that's obviously I went over the wall here thinking that was the edge of the frame, but that wasn't the edge of the frame. Anyway, easy to fix. I'm just going to go my lasso around here. And if I reverse this now and I go back to feather selection and cut, do that again, boom,
That fixes that. Maybe a little bit here too. This edge. Alright, cool, that's good. I'm just gonna bring the exposure up here a little bit, so I'm just gonna select the layer, camera raw filter with Shift Command A. I'm just looking at the window here, but I'm gonna bring the exposure up of that a little bit. Somewhere around there. Okay. Alright, so that did that. Got a little bit of a black line here too. Whatever, it's not gonna be that noticeable. But alright, so let's zoom back out. That's good. Now let's now that blending is good. I'm just gonna merge these layers. Now let's deal with some color cast here. So again, select color range. Obviously this door, we got orange going on here. Alright, that's like selecting a lot. Let's see here what we can do here. Alright, I'm gonna hit OK. I'm gonna go to duplicate, desaturate, play. Now I'm gonna go to this mask and I'm gonna hit Command I and just invert that. Oh yeah, so that actually did a decent job. Just taking the orange color cast out of everything. And some of the even blue color cast coming out of the window here and everything. Oh, actually it's not bad. Cool, let's see. I'm pretty okay with that. I mean, it might have, let's see, hold on. Yeah. I mean, there's some in here, but I think I could live with that. I mean, there's orange light coming in here. I mean, I could, you know, we could do something like this. If we wanted to get real particular here. I'm gonna go to adjustments, hue, saturation. Just bring the saturation down there. Still whiten that ceiling up there. What happens? Let's see, is this the right thing to do? Merge? No, that's not the right thing to do. Let's see if we merge all these. Yeah. Sometimes if you merge with the mask layer, it gets funny. It's confusing. Sometimes I can't remember what to do exactly. But anyway, there we go. We got our ceiling in there white. And this looks pretty good. Of course, we can get nitpicky here with things, but I mean, yeah, we got a little bit of weirdness going on here. Hold on, let me undo that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to merge these. I'm going to duplicate this. And again, I'm going to hue saturation. I'm just going to look at this area here. That's like a little funky. Just going to bring this saturation down. I mean, I don't know. Let's see here. So I merge these. I'm going to add black layer mask. I'm going to get my brush tool. My flow is low, so that's good. And white is my foreground color. I'm just going to like try to paint in here a little bit and just at least subdue this a little bit more. Of course, I can, you know, you can get super, you can get much more nitpicky if you want and make it more perfect, but I just want to make it not look ridiculous here, because I was like a splotchy, like obviously the filter didn't pick that up, or color range, and it just made it look like it shouldn't, like a splotch of paint or something. Anyway, that softened that up. That's better. Doesn't look so ridiculous anymore. Maybe a little bit in here. All right, cool. Merge layers, play. I'm just gonna save this out. Command Control W will close that out. I'm going to go back to Lightroom. And again, right bracket key, I'm just going to increase the rating on this. And my presets. So before, after, before, after. All right, cool. That looks good. Let's move on to the next one. Here's just that other section of this room. So select these, control click, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. All right, layers are loaded. Select all 5, auto align, play. Now, I'm gonna do my initial blend. I'm gonna bring this layer up to the top, initial blend, play. B for brush, I'm gonna increase the size. Right bracket key will increase the size. Flow still at 4. Gotta make sure I have white as my foreground. So I'm all set for this. I'm just gonna brighten up some of these areas, the ceiling for sure. Not a ton going on in this photo, thankfully. All right, that's good for that. Merge layers, play. Let's see what we want for the window. I'm gonna use this darker one, but I'm gonna actually take this one up here, add black layer mask, play. I'm just gonna like bring some of this down here a little bit. That's better. Merge layers, play. I'm gonna bring this one up for the window. Now I'm going to add black layer mask. Let's zoom in here. Again, lasso tool, L key. Let's cut this baby out. Hold that shift key, click. Let go of the shift key. All right, I'm gonna go around this window. All right, we want white as our background. Feather selection, cut, play. All right, awesome. B for the brush tool, just get these crossbars in. I want to bring my hardness up, flow 100. I'm gonna zoom in here. Click once, I'm just gonna shift click down here. Click once, shift click over here. Click once, shift click down here. Done. Click here, shift click. All right, zoom out. Awesome, that looks great. So let's merge these layers, play. All right, let's deal with these color casts. Let's actually just merge all these layers. So again, select color range. There's a lot of orange over here. Let's see. Door. All right, I know it's selecting a lot here. Let's see. All right, okay. Duplicate, desaturate, play. Command I on this mask. All right, that cleaned up a lot. Let's see here. Any weirdness going on? Not really, maybe a little bit. Let's see, down here there's a little bit. Let's just merge these. Got a duplicate. I'm gonna go adjustments, hue, saturation. Again, I'm just gonna like bring this way down. And I'm gonna go merge this layer down, add black layer mask, brush tool. But I want to bring my hardness back down, flow back down. It's gonna like, oh, I gotta make sure white is my foreground. Bring this down a little bit. There we go. I cleaned that up a little bit. Like slightly in here too. Just to clean that up a little bit more. And I think that's pretty good. This could actually use a little bit. This piece of furniture here. It's definitely got color cast going on it. All right, cool. I think that's good. And I'm gonna go to merge layers, play. Just gonna save this. Command W, just close it out. Lightroom. Again, right bracket key, I'm just gonna increase the rating and just put my finishing preset on it. And yeah, I think that's good. Before, after. Awesome. Let's move on to the next one. And this is another angle here going in. See, that's what I'm saying. This is like a weird shaped room. So I usually only get two angles of like a master bedroom like this. But in this scenario, I got 3 just because this is a weird shaped room. I want to make sure I covered my bases here, because last thing you want is an agent saying, why didn't you get this angle? And then you have to go back and get it. It's not even worth it. So when in doubt, overshoot. All right, so auto line, play. Bring this layer up. Initial blend, play. Get my white and black. Increase my brush size. My brush is set up here already for this, so. Actually, not much blending to do here. This is pretty much almost good automatically. Just a little bit over here, I think. And that's it. So let's merge these down. Let's take a look at our windows here. So we got, oops, this one or this one. That's dark, obviously. Actually, I think this one will be good. I'm gonna go with that. So I'm gonna bring that up, whoops, to the top. Add black layer mask, play. So, got these lamps here, which is whatever. So let's do lasso tool. Shift click. I could just cut this lamp out and try to like paint it back in, but I don't know. I'm gonna go this route, I think. See how this does. It's a pain. It's a pain either way, to say the least. Hard to say what's going on there. All right. All right, let's just deal with this first. So white is our background, feather selection and cuts, play. All right, that's cool. Well, I'll deal with the crossbars in a minute. I just wanted to make sure that was good. All right, so again, with the lasso tool here, shift click. Go around this lamp here. Okay, so again, feather selection and cut. We already got that play. All right, cool. Well, let's fix these now. Okay, brush tool. Is gonna bring this way in. Left bracket key, make it smaller. And going to bring my hardness back up. So my flow, 100. All right, zoom in a little bit more. Let's make this smaller. Click there, shift click. Just fixing some of this up a little bit, this edge. Where's my brush? There it is. Bring that in a little bit. Fix the edges of the lamp a little bit. Cool. Maybe do the bottom here of this. Alright, let's go over to this other guy. Go smaller a little bit. Oops. By the way, the old spacebar, that's what give you this little hand. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier or not, but that'll help you move things around. So if you press the spacebar, it's very handy. Makes things fast, obviously. Some things are like second nature like that to me, but so I forget to mention it. But some, you know, in case you didn't know that little thing, you know, it's a makes life a lot easier. All right, zooming out. That looks great. All right, let's merge all these. Merge, play. Now, color range. Get the ceiling, ceiling in. This door. Alright, I think it's probably good. So, okay. Duplicate, desaturate, play. Command I to invert this mask. And then, boom. Now, do we have any weirdness going on? Oh, it looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Merge, I'm gonna save. Command W, close that out. Lightroom. Right bracket to increase the rating of this. And just put my preset on it. And boom, that's done. Looks good. A lot of times with bedrooms too, I won't go as in depth as like some of the main rooms. So I don't know. Let's see, we got the bathroom now. Alright, cool. Let's see, select these 5, control, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Alright, select all layers, auto align, play. Third layer up, initial blend, play. Alright, brush tool. I'm gonna make this, bring the size of this way up. Hardness down, flow, back down. White is my foreground color. Alright. Looks more or less pretty good. Do I even want to go brighter in some areas is the question. I don't know. I think that's probably good. Yeah. I'm gonna merge this, play, come on, play. Let's see about the window here. We got that now. But I'm gonna use this real quick to maybe I'm gonna add a black layer mask. I'm gonna bring like some of this down a little bit. Obviously we got a light bulb out here too. We could probably fix that real quick too as well. Bring some of this window down a little bit. I'm gonna merge. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna bring this bright one up. Add black layer mask. I feel like I could brighten up a little bit some of these areas here. All right, that's good. Merge. Now let's deal with this window. Bring this layer up. Add black layer mask. We got this curtain here, which doesn't help things, but let's see. All right. L for lasso tool. At least it's only one window. These little strings, I'm gonna paint them in. Oh, oops. Shift key. Don't forget the shift key. Let's go white background color, feather selection, and cut. All right, now let's get our brush. I'm gonna bring this way down. Bring the hardness up, like 85, flow all the way. Just gonna paint this stuff back in. Yeah, obviously get a lot smaller here. Skinny stuff is, you know, it's debatable whether or not you even need to deal with that. So, all right. Let's try to get this main stuff in here. All right. Shift. Obviously, these two do too. Click, shift click. Trying to get it perfect, it will make you crazy, so. You know, try not to be too crazy, you know, try not to worry about it too much, because like from back here, zoomed out, you're not going to notice these little tiny things like this, so I just always like to remind myself of that, even because it's like your inclination to be perfect is, you know, will make you spend way too much time on this. This is already a lengthy process, as you see from going through this exercise. But if you want this quality kind of image, this is what it takes. That's, I know, it can be daunting a little bit. This is more or less what, like, if you're outsourcing or editing, like, overseas, like, this is more or less what they're doing. This sort of method. They're spending a good amount of time on it. You know, it's a considerably better result, though, than, you know, the auto merging. So even if you're outsourcing your editing, it's good to know how to do this stuff, because in case, say, your client is like, say you need to get an image back to them in a pinch, you need to be able to do it yourself, not send it out to an editor, wait a day to get it back. So either way, if you're doing this yourself or not, yeah. All right. So, you know, like I said, I don't need to be too perfect there. You know, obviously there's some, you know, fringing a little bit, whatever. It's from this distance, it's fine. You and I will be the only ones that probably notice that. But of course, you can clean it up more if you want. I'm gonna let's deal with this light bulb. Let's see if we can just. I'm just gonna take the clone stamp tool S, and I'm gonna just see if I can paint it in from here. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's, you know, a soft brush. And I'm gonna, if you hold Option or Alt, or yeah, on Alt on a PC, it's gonna sample from here, and I'm just gonna paint it in here. And voila, it's good enough. Let's try to fix this a little bit. No, that's not good. Let me zoom back in. Obviously, these lines are a little funky. That's alright though. From back here, again, you're not really going to notice that. Be as perfect as you want with that. But for all intents and purposes, yeah, we let that back up. Select color range. And select the ceiling here. This here, this door. Alright, I'm gonna hit OK. Feather, duplicate, desaturate. Select this mask, control Command I, invert. And yeah, that cleaned up everything quite a bit. I'm gonna merge this down. Command J, I'm just gonna duplicate this, and I'm just gonna, try to soften some of this up here, that's all. Adjustments, hue saturation. Just gonna bring saturation way down. Gonna actions, merge that down. Add black layer mask. B, brush tool. Bring the size of this up. Bring my flow back down. And my hardness back down. I'm just going to go over some of this edge here. No, I need white as my foreground color. Just trying to like blend this in a little bit. By desaturating some of it. That's better. Alright, that's good. Merge layers, play, and save this, and W, and back to Lightroom. I'm gonna right bracket, increase the rating, add my presets. So before, after, done. Next image, we have the shower here. Control, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. We're going to select all these layers, auto align, play. I'm going to bring this third layer up. Initial blend, play. Alright, I need white as our foreground color. And my brush is already set up. Increase the size here. This definitely needs some brightening. Alright, that's pretty much good. Merge. Now we're going to need, I use this to, come on, add black layer mask. Just going to bring some of this down a little bit. Merge this guy, bring up to the top, and add black layer mask. I'll use this for the window. L for lasso tool. Can I just lasso this? Yeah, maybe that's better. Hold the shift key. See, I'm gonna have to do stuff with the crossbars, but at least if I get this curtain or whatever out of the way, I don't know. We'll see. Just clicking as I go around here. Shift key. Got a little bit here too. This curtain's like the worst thing ever. Alright, so white is our background. Gotta do feather selection and cuts. Play. Cool. B for brush tool, I'm gonna bring left bracket. I'm just gonna bring my brush way down. Flow up. Hardness back up. Probably good. Obviously we got some fringe happening here. That's not going to be perfect. That's good enough. Alright, cool. Let's select these, merge. Obviously we got a lot of yellow in the shower here. That's color range. We basically want this whole, we want to make sure everything in here is selected pretty much in the shower. A lot of white. Alright, let's go with that. Duplicate, desaturate, play. Select this, Command I, invert. Alright. Looks like there's a little bit of weirdness here, that's all. So let's fix that, and then we'll be good. Merge. Command J, I'm just going to duplicate this. Saturation, I'm just going to bring the saturation down. And add a black layer mask. Flow. Softness. Hardness. I want white in my foreground. Could even up the flow a little bit here. Maybe that's too much. This whole silver thing too, it's like, doesn't need to be orange. All this stuff here. Alright, that's better. Any other areas? This. Oh. Alright. Alright, that's good. Up here maybe it's a little weird. All right, let's merge, save, Command W, let's close that out. Actually, sorry, I'm just thinking because I'm going to point this out. I'm not going to go back and do it, but this obviously shouldn't be orange, like gold. It's actually silver. So I would just go in and desaturate this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to leave it the way it is for now, though. But I'm just noting that was a mistake. I should have done that. So preset. Good, looks good. All right. All right, so here's the second bedroom. Upstairs. I think there's like a couple more here, and then yeah, it's outside after that. So all right, this is the last room in the house. So let's edit and open as layers in Photoshop. Select all layers, auto align. Oops. I always do that. Initial blend. Raise my brush size here. Got, yeah, it's all set up. All right, just want white. Make sure I have white as my foreground. The ceiling, especially, I like to make the ceiling bright. Again, another oddly shaped room. It's kind of difficult to figure out what angles to shoot. Alright, I mean, that's a good blend. Merge, play. Let's see what we got for windows. We got that. Or this. This is gonna do it, I think. Add black layer mask, play. These windows look fairly simple, so it's just shift click. Shift click here. Shift click here. All right, zoom out. All right, so we want white as our background color, and feather selection and cuts. All right, got our window views in. Looks good. Gonna merge these. Let's go to select color range. Just the ceiling, this door is all pretty much selected. That's more or less it. It's like, okay. Duplicate these, saturates, play, invert, Command I, and bam. That was actually a pretty easy one. I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm good with that. Looks good. Right, you know, there's some orange going on over here, but that's okay. Looks good. I'm gonna merge, save. Command W, Control W, close that window. Back to Lightroom. Right bracket. Increase the rating, and then I'm just gonna put my preset on it. All right, cool. Let's do this last bedroom shot here. Control, click, right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Sorry, my allergies are like getting to me or something. All right, select all these layers, auto line layers, play. Bring this third layer up, initial blend, play. All right, brush tool. This is all ready to go. I just need white as my foreground. Some of this up. Definitely back here a little bit. Ceiling for sure. A pretty bright ceiling, I think, makes a big difference in like making the pictures look nice and, you know, sort of bright. But yeah. Overall, I think that blend looks good. Merge. Windows. We got that. Or we got this. Alright, I think that's good. This one. I'm gonna bring this up. Gonna do add black layer mask. Lasso tool. Alright, white is background color. Feather selection and cuts. Brush tool B. I'm going to fix this very small brush tool. Hardness, I'm going to bring this up. Flow. Probably get away with not even doing it for this, but zoom out. We have this window over here. Let's see. Oops. Shift key. Feather selection and cut. I mean, it did a little something. You could use the darker one. I'm good with that. It's fine. That's enough. Let's merge these, and then do some color correction, color range. Just want to make sure basically my whole ceiling is selected. That's good. And that should be fun, I think. Duplicate, desaturate, play. Selecting this mask, Command or Control I. So, you know, before, that's the difference. Just cleans it up a little bit. Taking that orange color cast out. Obviously there's some going on here, but I'm alright with that. And I think that will do for this. Merge. Play, save, and Command Control W, close that window. Right bracket key, just increase the rating. And my finishing preset. Awesome. Alright, so here we got some exteriors. Let's do a few of these bad boys. These are, where am I here? These are easier. Select these, control, click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Most of the time you don't need much for this, so I'll bring this up, initial blend. Get the brush tool. Kind of want a white here, flow down, softness or hardness down. Like some of this area needs to be brightened up here, this tree and whatever. All right, that's pretty good. I'm just going to select all of these now and merge. Got a little sun flare here. I want to get rid of that. I'm just going to hit S for my color, my clone stamp tool. I'm going to raise this up. Just Option will give you the area you want to sample from. Actually, you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use J, which is a spot healing brush. Sometimes this does a better job of like sort of like AI in it to like do the right correct like sampling. Sometimes the clone stamp won't do a good job like it just did. You could see where I did it. So anyway, that's a good brush to use. So that's really it. I'm gonna do some adjustments in Lightroom though here. So I'm gonna save this. I'm going to Command Control W and close this out. So here we are in Lightroom. Increase the rating, but there's a little thing sticking out here. I'm just going to crop in here a little bit. And I'm going to put my preset on. I know it says interior, but I also just use it for exterior, but I also do a few more things. Like I'm going to add some vibrance. As you saw, it looked a little flat, even some saturation. Just, I want to bring out some of the colors. Like look at the pool is coming out now. Like, you know, here's before and after. It's just looking real flat. So I just want to add some life, some color to it. So vibrance and saturation. And the other thing I want to do is just, I'm going to take the luminance here, and then I'm going to take this little tool here, and I'm just going to click and drag down on the sky just to really bring out the sky color. Obviously that made a big difference. So before, after. Obviously this is a beautiful day, so there's no real need to you know, do a sky replacement. So before and after, that's good, done. There's another angle. I'm going to just select these, control click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. So as you see, exteriors are faster and easier for the most part. It's pretty easy, these ones. So select all these, initial blend, auto align, initial blend. All right, my brush tool. No, I don't have my brush tool. I want B for brush tool. Make sure white is my foreground color here. Obviously we got a lot of this shadowy area here. obviously this area is all bright enough. That's probably good enough. Select, merge, and I'm just going to save this out. Close this window, open. I'm going to increase my rating. And again, I'm going to do my preset. I'm going to add some vibrance, add some saturation to this. I take my luminance little slider here. I'm going to bring this, just go click and drag down on the sky. Just bring that sky out a little bit better. And voila, that's it. Next. Edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Select all layers, auto align layers, play. Bring that layer up, initial blend. Make sure white is our foreground color. This is pretty dark in here, you know, the sky here. I might even need to, I'm gonna merge that. I'm gonna bring this layer up even I think in this scenario. Add black layer mask, play. I'm just gonna bring some of this out a little bit more. Alright, looks good. Select all, merge, save. Command W, just close that out. Increase the rating. Preset. Vibrance. Some saturation in here. Little luminance drag. Done. There's a little fire pit area. Control click, edit and open as layers in Photoshop. Drag this to the top. Actually, wait, I forgot. Select all these first. Auto align layers. Play. Now I'm going to drag this to the top, initial blend, play. So make sure white is my foreground. My brush tool here. Just going to bring out some of this a little bit more here. Mostly this is okay. Merge. You may even want to say add black layer mask here. I'm just going to even bring some of this down a little bit. It's 4. We could see that detail. Some of this here. Just bringing that down a little bit. Over here too. All right. Let's merge all these. Save. Close this out. Back to Lightroom. Increase the rating. Do your finishing presets and then vibrance. Saturation. Luminance. So the other thing I probably would have done too, what you can do is just add a flame to this in Photoshop. I have a video on that with the fireplace video, adding fire to fireplaces on my channel. So that's basically, I would just do render flame in Photoshop and add a flame in there. So that's something you can do. And this barbecue dining area outside. Let's do this. Control right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Select them all, auto align layers, play. Bring this one up to the top, initial blend. Got my brush tool, I just need to make sure white is my foreground here. Oops, obviously this area is dark. Just gonna try to bring that out a little bit more. I think that's good enough. I don't think I need to resort for using this brighter one. And that's good. Merge. Save. Close this out. Increase the rating. Just apply my preset. Some vibrance. A little saturation. And some luminance here. And cool. Now next, I don't even like this one that much. You know, I don't even like this angle. I'm going to exclude this here. Don't even want this one. So I'm just going to select all these and just control click and remove from collection. I don't even want that in there. Alright, so we got the front here. Control, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. And select all layers, auto align. Initial blend, I'm going to hit play. Nothing needs brightening. I'm going to merge. But what we do need to do is like bring some of the stuff down. So I'm going to add a black layer mask. And make sure white is my foreground color. Just going to bring some of those areas down. Like it's too hot. This is too bright. Especially up here. Went a little overboard here. So I'll just hit X to toggle back to black as my foreground color. Just make a smaller brush here. I'm just gonna fix that up a little bit. That more or less is good, I think. Select all these, merge, save, close this out, increase the rating. My preset. I'm actually going to bring the blacks down on this, I think, just to add some more contrast in here. Yeah, that's better. The blacks were a little washed out, I felt. A little vibrance, a little saturation. And you could, this is pretty good actually, you don't even need to do much of that. Cool, before, after. So yeah, see how it was looking a little washed out? The blacks really made it pop, it needed more contrast there. Alright, so that's good. So next one is this porch shot. Select this, control, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. So outside you don't have to do any of that color correction stuff, no masking in Windows, so obviously this is much faster. We have one single light source, which is the sun, so no color cast really. Auto align layers. Obviously, you know, if it was a cloudy day, I would do a sky replacement, which we don't have to worry about for this. I have also videos on doing that, so just if you're curious about that, just look on my YouTube channel, search sky replacement. It's very easy. I also have a sky replacement pack in my store on my website, so if you're looking for skies for that, I have that available too, so check that out. All right. Initial blend. All right, so we got a pretty high dynamic range situation here because it's dark under the porch here. Make sure I've white. And then outside is obviously a lot brighter, so I'm gonna bring up this inside the porch area, obviously. And then merge this, bring this up here, add black layer mask. Just gonna try to bring some of this down here a little bit. Without looking at, try not to make it look weird. Too much like overlap here or anything. That's why a really soft brush is like key for the blending stuff. That's good for the most part. Let's just merge these, save, and close this out. Increase my rating. Add my preset. Again, we can like boost the shadows here a little bit more. And I'm gonna bring the highlights down a little bit more maybe, just to give this, again, it's a high dynamic range situation going on here. Add some vibrance. Saturation. Definitely gonna need the luminance here just to bring this out a little bit. So as you could see what I was talking about, like from blending, there's a little bit of a fringe going on here. That's not ideal. I could have did a little bit of a better job there, but get the point. In Photoshop, you could go back and just, you know, try to blend that a little bit better. So it's not so much of a halo effect going on there, but get the gist. All right, let's go on to the next one, this exterior. Select these, control, click, right click, edit and open as layers in Photoshop. Select these, auto align, play. I'm going to bring this third layer up, initial blend, white is my foreground. I almost actually don't even need to do anything here, maybe a little bit here. Merge, I'm going to bring this darker one up, add black layer mask. This side of the house is a little hot. Grass a little bit. Even that out a little bit. All right, looks good, I think. Maybe a little bit more here. Merge. Save. Close this out. Right bracket, increase the rating. Interior preset. All right, and then bring these highlights down a little bit more, maybe. Vibrance, saturation, luminance. Let's do that a little bit. Don't overdo it. A little bit. You can even do that on the grass too, just like if you wanted to mess with that. Or that sort of thing. I'm gonna take this spot brush thing. There's like a stain on the grass here. See that do big? Yeah, it did okay. Yeah, so that's good. And yeah, let's do the next one. It's like straight on shot. Edit in, open his layers in Photoshop. Select all these layers, auto align, play. Going to bring this up, initial blend. And yeah, ready to go here. So this house, on the front of the house a little bit. The sun's kind of coming from over here. It's sort of, not backlit, but not front lit so much either. Alright, that's good. Merge. I'm going to bring this layer up. Add black layer mask. I'm just going to try to even out the exposure here of the sky a little bit. This is actually sort of a byproduct of my polarizer filter, I think, that happened here. Why you have like a brighter area of the sky. So if I just try to even it out a little bit. And more or less that's good. I'm going to merge these now. Save. Close this out. Increase the rating. I'm going to raise the shadows up a little bit. Just a little bit. Vibrance. And saturation. Some luminance maybe over here. Alright, cool. And I think this is the last, yep, this is the very last image. We made it. Alright, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. Auto align layers, play. I'll bring this up to the top. Initial blend. Make sure white is my foreground color. The house is definitely dark, so I just want to bring that up a little bit. Some of this area over here. Cool, merge. And again, I just want to deal with the sky a little bit here, mostly add black layer mask. Merge. Again, I'm going to hit I'm going to get my healing brush tool here. Just going to option click over here, like on a blank piece of sky, and just fix that sun flare there. And just, that's it, save. Command W. And finishing preset. Now, vibrance and a little saturation here. A little shadow boost. Luminance. Now, I know the sky isn't perfect again because of I think it's from my polarizer filter, but if you're worried about that sort of thing or you don't like this, you can just do a sky replacement in Photoshop. It takes 2 seconds really. and that's no problem. So if you're looking for a better sky situation than this, although I think this is acceptable, I'm just saying if you sky replacement this, it'll just clean all that up and make it perfect. So anyway, awesome guys. That's I didn't increase the rating on this. There. All right, so we made it through the editing. All right, let me just take you through now what I find my final process here. So now this is where it comes into play, the ratings. So I'm going to go to this little drop down menu here, and I'm going to go to rated. So now all my edited photos, because I rated them, are here. So it takes all the brackets out of the mix, so it makes it nice and easy. So first thing I want to do is, all right, I'm just gonna go back to the beginning, and I'm just gonna scroll through, and I'm looking at the edges now, making sure that I don't have any fringes around the edges that I need to crop. It's when you auto align the layers, sometimes you'll get a fringe around the outside. And also just scrolling through, making sure everything looks right. I always like to go through one more time in case I missed anything or wanted to fix something, or what have you. Haven't seen any fringing yet. A little bit there on the edge. So if you just get your crop tool, just bring it in a little bit. All right, all good. So the other thing I want to do, what I always do for clients, is I'm going to select these three front exterior shots. I'm just going to control click on these, and I'm going to go to create virtual copies. So that'll create a copy of each one of these. So we have this and then another copy. So with my crop tool, I'm just going to crop in on these just to make a nice crop, tight crop on the house. So now we have this version and this version. I'm going to deliver both of these to my client. So again, so we have this version, and here's another copy. I'm going to go to the crop tool, just crop in. This is an important step because you always want a nice crop on the houses. So again, I'm going to deliver both of these versions. Crop in tight a little bit more. All right, perfect. And again, we have this, and the next one here I'm going to crop in on. So all right, so we got both these versions. All right, so now everything's all set. So I'm just going to Command A and select all of these images. Now if you go to File, I forget where it is, Export, yeah. So you can choose where you want to export these to. I'm going to go to Desktop. I got Editing Practice Packs, HDR. And in here I'm just going to go to, I'm just going to call this Finished Images, this folder, choose, and I'm going to include this folder in your download for this so that you can see the finished images and compare kind of what you did with what I did, and whatever if you want to do that. Rename, I like to rename it the address usually, so I'll just call it 15 Main Street. And then the other thing I will do, I will limit photo size to 4,000 kilobytes, which is 4 megabytes. So I don't want any of them to be bigger than 4 megabytes. So that's why I do that. And that's really all I do for exporting. I don't do anything else. And that works fine for me. I have no problem with MLS or anything. Everything looks fine. So that's usually what I do. It's very simple, and I'll just export. And yep, okay. So now it's just going to export up here, and that's it. So thank you for this, coming through this long journey with me, guys, and I hope you learned a lot along the way. And yeah, I will see you guys soon in the next video on my YouTube channel. All right, have a nice day.